Oh, no music here. Let me fix that. And this is the wrong camera. Where is the correct camera? That's the background. Let's first bring the music back in. There we go. Let's reduce the volume a bit. Here. Alright. What is wrong with this camera? Why does this not show up? Oh, I might need to... Give me 1 second. Oh, it's my phone. Ow. Oh, there we go. So that's my correct camera. Move that out of the way. How's it going? How's it going? 2 people that happen to jump on my stream. I'm still making coffee, so I'm not ready to start coding just yet. Which means I'm gonna put us back here. And let you guys enjoy the music for a bit now. Thanks for hopping in. I'm just making my coffee, just getting ready for the week. I hope that's good enough for the with the music and everything, and you can still hear me on top of the music. Here is my coffee being brewed in here right now. Should be ready very quickly. Yes, coffee at 7 p.m. Technically it's 6 p.m. for me, but that's still and I mean that doesn't defeat your point, Jack. Yes, I am nocturnal. I sleep all day and I stay up all night watching random YouTube videos and sometimes working. I'm trying to fix that. It's like every time I try to fix my schedule, something happens and I like just go back into it anyways. Sometimes, yeah. I mean, hey, I cannot help it if I feel the most productive around midnight. That's not like clickbait title. Wait, what's the title again? React Server Components bad? I mean, the first half is definitely not clickbait because there yesterday Tanstack routers released support for Solidjs. The second half about React Server Components being bad. Yeah, maybe you can argue that's clickbait, but like for specific situations, there are situations where they're definitely bad. So, and that's like a lot of situations, which means maybe it's not clickbait. I don't know. You tell me. Have you used Next.js app router, React Server Components, Oscar? What do you think about them? I'm gonna be recording a video on them very soon, so it would be nice to like have some feedback, have some more opinions, so that I can make sure those are incorporated in my video. All right, my coffee is ready. This is my coffee cup. You guys don't roll your own auth, do you? If you do, that's fine. I don't work at Clerk anymore. I just like this mug. React bad, that's your feedback. Noted. I don't know if I know Ryan Carniato himself is not gonna agree with you on that, but actually I don't know. It's some recent events have really changed minds of a lot of people towards React. So yeah, I can't blame anyone for falling into that. Let's see if I put OBS here on my second screen, and if I should probably change, yeah, this layout, correct, which means I can move the chat here like that. All right, it's been a while since I've set up my desktop for streaming. It's been a very long time, honestly. Going to move this here and going to move YouTube chat over here. All right, let's see if this works. All right, it does. Cool. It does cut out some stuff on here, which means we could probably just show off a bit. I don't mind. All right. Start should have server component support or as a fast follow. Yeah, and like to be honest, I was supposed to work on some of Start's React Server Component support. It's just that things move too fast, and then Vinci is still on experimental React support, not React 19, and while trying to put support for server components into Tanstack Start, there's a lot of problems that showed up. It's not. If you want to if I want to shift my sleep schedule, I might want to start with not drinking coffee at 6 p.m. I fully agree with you, and I don't do this normally. I drink coffee this late in the evening very rarely. Like right now, if I wasn't streaming, I probably wouldn't be drinking coffee. Really the main reason I am is I'm feeling a little sleepy. CRUD, how's it going? Yeah, great to see you in the chat. But yeah, the Start support isn't like or Odyssey support and Start is in a very weird place right now. Have I integrated AI into my workflow? Kind of. I use Cursor for a little bit, but now I'm back on VS Code with the Copilot free plan. I could probably just pay for Cursor. Honestly, I think it's good enough, but I just haven't gotten around to it. Okay, I think I have this somewhere. Yeah. So for people who don't know, obviously we have create TS router app already, which replaces create React app with almost a near identical setup, which is amazing. But did you know that you could do this? You could say that you want a Solid, or you want to use Solid instead of React. Yeah, I wonder who created it. It's fantastic. I'm also gonna use add-ons. My screen is my screen is cut off, that's why, which means you guys missed it. Let me fix that. Oh, not that one. There's so many things in this on my OBS. Okay, display capture, and let's make it smaller. You can keep that in here and move this all the way. Okay. This is what I was showing. Cool. So you can X create TS router app with add-ons, and you can say that you have to be on alpha for this right now, but you can say that you want framework solid, and I'm going to call it solid Tanstack. I want file-based routing. Oh my god, this form, this Sentry, this Solid UI, this store, this Tanstack query. Hell yeah, give me everything. All right. Yeah, add-ons are awesome, and this is specifically awesome now. I think Tanstack router is going to be a great it's going to be a great way to bring more people onto Solid. Coffee background, yes, I am a true lover. Good to see you here, Signer. I saw your message, or your whisper about what's the most coffee you've drank in a day. I think it's back when I used to make espresso. Like, I have a little handheld espresso machine that I used to use quite a bit. I've probably had like 2 or 3 espressos in a day at some point. I don't recommend it, but it is kind of fun. Also, I saw your message about Tari in Theo's chat, I believe. Yes, Theo has banned the word Tari in his chat because he's tired of people asking him about Tari versus Electron. And he is just taking the stance that Electron is good, Tori is bad, it doesn't have the same things, it lies, and you should just not use Tori. I believe he has a video on it as well. Yeah, there should be a give me everything option. Oh, honestly, yeah. I mean, Jack, if you're still here, what do you think about it? Just give me everything in the add-on, or like, I don't know, it's a kitchen sink. Maybe a kitchen sink. Let's hop into this project here. I know I'm probably borrowing the term kitchen sink from Vercel. I know Next.js has like a kitchen sink template. All right, cursor rules, nice. I don't have cursor, but it's nice to have cursor rules here. I forgot. I should probably tweet that I am live, which means bring this over here. I have 12 notifications. Holy shit, it's been a while. This for Harbin. Native script, yeah, native script is doing good stuff. Alright, let's come down here and live now. It's twitch.tv/099 and YouTube, oops, not there. youtube.com/@PTR. Let's do that. All right, so we are now officially live. If I could get some help on pushing that, that would be great. I do like Tari for desktop native. I'm pretty skeptical of the mobile native direction, but let's see. Yeah, true. Remember the message from such a long time ago? Yeah, it's... How long ago was it? Oh, is it from a year ago? Oh, wow. I did not notice. I just saw a notification on my Whispers tab up there. And that's where I saw this. I thought you might have sent that like a few days ago or something. That's from a whole year ago. That's nice. Shirty, thank you for the retweet. Daryl, how's it going? Man, it's been nice seeing you in the Solidjs or Ryan's streams these days. Do you use Solid, or are you just interested in them, in it, like from the outside? In it. All right. Components, UI header. We have a header component here. Let's actually just run this on dev, and fun start. I keep forgetting that it's start for Tanstack router, but pretty much everyone else just uses the dev command to start the development server. Well, not everyone. Building an integration with Solidjs first time on my chat, definitely. Building an integration. Oh, you're building an integration with Solidjs. Nice. Well, integrating with what though? Like, there's a web components integration that exists already. Is there something else you're working on? Let's bring this over here. Cool. Beautiful. That's the rotating solid logo. Okay. We have Tanstack query. We have the two store examples. We have Tanstack form. This is Tanstack form, right? Let's hop into demo form. Yes, this is Tanstack solid form. Looks like, yeah, I need to restart my TypeScript server every now and then. But there's the sentry throw error. Yeah, I guess, okay. Yeah, I don't have my sentry DSN, which is why that doesn't work. It's fine. Web components, of course. Isn't there like Solidjs web components? Solid element, yeah. Is that like not a good integration? And there's things missing from here? Solid element, yeah. This one. There's probably things missing from here because it's too much work to support it. Okay. My classes are not good. Not in a good state. Okay. How's it going? Is there anything fun happening on Twitter or anything, or on someone's Discord? I might do like some sort of, I don't know, it's been a while since I've done reactions. It's been a while since I've done anything, to be honest. Okay. I did get some new follows because of the tweet that I made today, so that's a good thing. Yeah, I'm hoping I get to my React Server Components video sometime today. React Server Components. Oh, I'm no longer. Oops. Oh my god, I'm so bad at typing. This one. I am no longer excited about React Server Components. Hopefully I'm gonna record this one today. This is gonna be fun. Although I'm probably going to need to add some visuals and stuff on top to make it good YouTube friendly. Oh. I mean, hey, yeah, if you're excited about React Server Components, that's great. I would actually love to hear why you are excited about Server Components, but yeah. Tell us more about why you're not excited about RSC. Should I do the video first and then do like the Solidjs, the Tanstack router Solidjs thing, build an app with this, or should I do the server component video first? Do it. Okay. Let's see. Let's come back here and look at that. I don't really have any code examples. Really, it's all just talking. It's a bunch of talking and some visuals. Right now I don't have any visuals. Is this a streaming video creation arc? I've been having my streaming video creation arc for about a year now, and it's just there. It's not an arc, it's just flat line at the bottom. There's no arc here. I mean, I would love it to be an arc, but I'm just way too inconsistent right now with any kind of constant content creation. It makes me cry as well, Signer, I know. Yeah, the server component video is... aren't we all? Hey, you streamed basically every day for a month. You're anything but inconsistent. Okay. You guys want to talk server components then? Okay, let's do that. And maybe yeah, we won't have any visuals. Or do we have visuals? Let me check on the visuals that I have, and I don't really have a reason to not have it up here. I have like this giant eraser maker board where I have a bunch of things going on. I should probably just get rid of all of that. Okay, let me get rid of this. Okay. This is kind of all over the place. I have like the visuals that I want for this video. No, they're not here. They're like literally all over the place. Yeah, I can't do that right here. You never tried eraser? Yeah, it's it doesn't have all the same capabilities of Excalidraw, but what I really like is that you have this document, like you can write right next to your diagrams and then like create references between them and all that, which is really nice. They have where is their AI diagram? It's right there. Yeah, you can like prompt it to create a diagram for you as well. That's probably not as powerful as TLDraw's version, but yeah, TLDraw is probably better in some cases. Everything in a single TLDraw whiteboard. Yeah, I have a bunch of them. I actually created like most of these when before they had the limit of 8 files. Now they have like you only can create 8 files in the free plan, but initially like they didn't have that limit, so I created a bunch and I still have all of them around, which I should probably, and if I want to be like, I mean, I'm sure I'm not costing them anything by doing this. Brindley, how's it going? Yeah, I think we're gonna start talking about React Server Components first. And Katie, hello. Okay, now we're getting the solid crew here. Which probably means that talking shit about React Server Components, everyone's gonna enjoy that. Okay, so for the video, I'm probably, what do I don't have my lapel mic anymore. I don't know where it went. I need something to hold the mic. But if I don't have my lapel mic, I can just do it normally. How are these? Can I talk into these? Oh, there we go. Oh man, the RSC hype curve is real. Should I just talk into this like that? Let's give people the masala. Oh my god, people cannot handle the masala. I don't think I can handle the masala at this point. Like, I'm planning to go back to India for a few weeks, and the last time I did that, I wasn't really able to handle the food. Joseph, thanks for the follow. What else do I have that I can use as a mic? In here, I have my Rubik's Cube. I have a Rube Goldberg machine. I have my headphones. I have a comb. Have I used a comb before? I don't think I have. I have a lighter. Oh. Let's use a lighter. Hi. The coffee press. Oh my god, yes. Oops. I'll have to clean it up a bit. Coffee press is a good idea. Yeah, let me give it a quick clean. Use my stool. Oh, the screen started the rock music instead of blues music that I had everywhere else. That's better. Wait, when you say stool, you think of what? Wait, what's wrong with stool again? What's wrong with the word stool? Not sure I get it. Was that like some inside joke? How long am I live for? I'm probably live for a while, like a 3 to 4 hours maybe, because I want to do the server component video and I want to build something with solid Tanstack router. And building the thing is probably going to take a while. Wait, Shruti, you need to explain yourself. What's happening? Okay, so can I talk in this? Can I use this? I like React, I like Solid. I'll try to drop by later. Thanks, Jetpack. Look up stool sample. Okay. Stool sample. Oh. My bad. Yeah, no, I'm not doing it on stream. Alright, so we are all now slightly more educated. Thank you, Shruti, for that. Okay. Alright, let's do this video. I'm gonna mute the music. And alright, this is how we talk. Right, that. Oh man, the React server component hype curve is real. Oh, let's bring the mic. Oh, no, I don't want the mic too visible in the shot because I want this to look like the mic. Okay. Oh man, the React server hype component, or oh man, the React server component hype is real. I made this video right here. Okay. I made this video called Why I Am Excited About React Server Components over a year ago. And in this video, I described the things that led me to understand in that video, I described the things that led me from not understanding React Server Components to believing that they are the future of full stack development. I was genuinely excited for this technology to get into the hands of people. But now I'm a little less excited. Actually, I'm a lot less excited. And there's a lot of reasons for that. How's that for an intro? I should probably start recording on OBS before I do this. Yeah, which means I'll have to do the intro again so that it's recorded. Oh man, the React Server Component hype curve is real. I made this video called Why I'm Excited About React Server Components about a year ago. And actually, it's not over a year, it's about 2 years ago now. I made this video called Why I Am Excited About React Server Components about 2 years ago. And in that video, I described a lot of the things that led me to not understanding React Server Components and to believing that they are the future of full stack development. I was genuinely excited for this technology to get into the hands of people. But now I'm a little less excited. Actually, I'm a lot less excited. And there's some reasons for that. Okay. Now, there's not really a single reason for why my excitement for React Server Components have gone down so much. Some of it is the marketing. Some of it is getting better understanding of the technology, discovering other patterns that I was not aware of at the time when I first made that video, and building my own framework for React Server Components. Yes, I tried to build my own framework for React Server Components, and that was a very enlightening journey. It helped me not only get a better grasp of React Server Components, but a lot of web development concepts in general. I have since been trying to build my own real-time framework, and if you are someone who is struggling with programming concepts, I highly recommend that you also try to build something non-trivial for yourself. In fact, Codecrafters is a fantastic online resource to really level up your programming skills by a few notches. You can find guides that will help you build your own database, or HTTP servers, or language interpreters. Just like how I got much better understanding of React Server components after building a framework for them, you can gain much better understanding of these tools and platforms that we use daily to run our applications. You can use the link in the description, which will let Codecrafters know that I sent you there, and that's an awesome way to support this channel. Second read was better? Yeah, I think what happens is, like, because it's been kind of a long time since I've written this, once I read through them, I have them in my mind, like I have them in memory. It's like the first read is off the hard disk and the second read is off the RAM. So the second one is better. Like I almost have to read through the entire thing once and then start recording and then do it again. And I can't really do without the script because it's like I do a lot of these ums and breaks in between. As if you've seen any of my conference talks, you know I do a lot of this. And yay, I got a Codecrafters sponsorship, or not sponsorship, just affiliation, which means people actually need to use the link before I get paid. Okay, back to server components. Here's the TLDR. React Server components bring a bunch of framework you built was with obviously, yeah. Vinci is like that's what you use to build frameworks now. Also, like, I don't think it's really difficult to build a server component framework specifically without Vinci. Like you could probably still build a non-server component framework with just Vite and Nitro, but server components especially, they require like server components is what led to Vinci in the first place. It's because it's its own server and its own bundler that is needed to run server components. You need to couple the two of them together. So building 4 RSCs is what led to Vinci and all the like innovations in Vite in the first place. Okay. Here's the TLDR. RSCs bring a bunch of benefits, which I brought up in the original video, but they also come with some disadvantages, which I wasn't fully aware of when I was making that video. The benefits, however, still outweigh the disadvantages. However, I was later made aware of another pattern that gives me some of the same advantages, especially the ones that I care about the most, without most of the disadvantages. So naturally, React Server components have become less exciting for me. I don't need to reach for server components anymore because the things about server components that were exciting to me are now achievable by different means. Yeah, I definitely need to read it first. Exciting to me, achievable, other means, problems, magical need. Okay. So naturally, React Server components became a lot less exciting for me. I don't need to reach for server components anymore because the things about server components that were exciting to me are also achievable by other means without having to suffer through the problems that come up with React Server components. So what is this magical new pattern that I'm talking about? And what even are these pros and cons of these two approaches? Of course, I can only be talking about server functions. Server functions as a capability have existed in many frameworks for a while actually. The prior art to server functions was none other than Blitz.js, a full stack toolkit that allowed importing a function on the client, but having it run on the server. Frameworks like Solidjs and Quick took this further by co-locating the server code right in the client files and using a built plugin that splits the code into a separate bundle. The latest iteration of server functions can be seen in Tanstack Start, which brings even more advanced capabilities like composable middleware, type-safe context, and schema validation. All right. Now you can probably already see the benefits and the potential downsides of doing something like this. But if you have seen my original React Server Component video, where I talk about why they are exciting, literally every single argument I bring up in favor of server components are also things that server functions enable. There's not really anything that makes server components special or better there's not really anything that makes server components special or better than server functions when it comes to eliminating the client-server divide and unlocking full stack composition. In fact, server functions as a concept is completely independent of the framework. So if you have a third-party package that uses server functions, you could use that package in any framework that supports server functions, regardless of whether it's React or Solid or Quick or Svelte. React server components, on the other hand, limit you to React. So this is the primary reason why I am less excited about React server components. To put it simply, React server components don't have a monopoly on the client-server co-location benefits that I was so excited about. But if that's the case, what even is the point of server components? Are there any good reasons to use them? Why should anyone care about server components if the primary benefits can be attained by just using server functions? Now, before I answer that question, I want to see if chat, how you guys are doing. What's the feedback so far? Which means I'm going to bring on the audio back, or the music back, while we wait a little bit. Are the things that I've said so far, like everyone kind of understands, agrees with? Anything that I didn't explain properly that I can go back and re-record or anything like that? Because I'm definitely not gonna go back and re-record once I'm done with all of this. That's going to be very hard for me to do. I recorded that solid socket video in December or November. And I completely forgot that my music was on for that video, and I just kept it in because I did not have the energy to re-record it. Perfect. Thank you very much, Joseph. Appreciate the feedback. All right, done with coffee. Maybe use RSC sometimes instead of repeating server components constantly. Okay, that's good feedback. I actually have it written as RSCs, but whenever I read RSCs, I just say React server component, the whole thing. I should probably just say RSCs. Yeah, that's good to know. Thank you. The logic is that RSCs are bad because they're just React, then hard disagree. You could make a similar argument about quicks, resumability, functionality. Unique features of framework are okay. Yes, I agree. RSCs are bad because they're just React. No, that is not the logic. Also, I think I put RSCs are bad in this stream title, but I don't think I have that, like, there's any point in this video or in the script that I'm saying that RSCs are bad. I'm really just talking about the trade-offs and my own misunderstandings about the trade-offs, basically. Unique features of a framework are okay. I completely understand. I completely agree. Did you record this? Got to go now, sorry. Oh, no problem. Yes, I am recording this, and this will go on YouTube very soon. Could give a one-on-one overview of server actions too for those you don't know. That would be a good idea. Yes, I should talk about what server functions are. I'm probably going to have like some screenshot visual snippet that shows up when I talk about server functions. So I'm leaving that part to to like the editor, like future me, to edit in. Let's see, server functions. Yeah, I talk about server functions as a capability that entire time. I'm going to have like a bunch of different code snippets up here that show what they are and what they do. Could go after flight data size. Yes, the data size is one of my arguments here. Okay, so it sounds like we are ready to proceed. Okay, music goes off. Okay, here's a better way to understand them. In a world, no, I cannot full screen that. In a world where you can build regular client-side applications and leverage server functions for that sweet composability and co-location juices, server components offer two things. Both these things are trade-offs. They're not benefits, they are trade-offs. They might benefit your use case, or they might hurt your use case, or they might be neutral to your use case. It's up to you to analyze what you are actually building and how much you gain from RSCs. The first set of trade-offs is a purely technical one, and every RSC offering will give you this. It's the capability to reduce your initial bundle sizes at the cost of increased payload sizes. RSCs are basically a way to render a React component always on the server and serialize its output to send to the client. This means you don't need to download the code for that component on the client. But this also means that you are sending the entire rendered output to the client instead of just the input. This can be a very good thing or a very bad thing depending on your use case. If you have a component that loads a bunch of libraries, has a ton of code paths, and has a relatively small output, and its input doesn't change very frequently, it's an excellent use case for a server component. But if some component doesn't have a lot of code, has a pretty large rendered output, and its input changed quite frequently, it makes a lot more sense as a client component. Now that said, the fact that we have the ability to make this trade-off at all is a huge benefit, and it's something that we have never quite had in the history of building dynamic applications. Every application that exists out there has some component that probably doesn't need to be downloaded on the client, because they don't re-render that often, they have more logic than output, or its input don't. I need to retake that. Every application that exists out there has some components that don't need to be downloaded on the client, either because they don't re-render that often, or they have more logic than output. This is the reason why I'm still excited about server components, because they unlock the capability to make this trade-off, where it makes sense for the application. But it's very important to recognize where and why we are applying server components. Let's talk about the second set of trade-offs, which is more of an architectural trade-off and goes into more depth. Basically, there are two core architectures to web apps. A server-first architecture, also called a multi-page app, where everything starts from the server, and a client-first architecture, also called a single-page app, where the client controls all the routing. The architecture that React Server components are intended for is actually server first. And that's the way that they have been implemented in Next.js and in Waku. This is where server components shine the most. On the other hand, Remix and Tanstack Start offer React Server components within a client-first architecture. This is a more approachable way to bring server components into an existing application or existing team, but it's not how the React team intended for RSCs to be used. And here's why. The primary benefit of RSCs, according to the React team, is the ability to fetch data directly in your components without causing a client-server waterfall. This is a topic I've explained a lot in my talk, Streams Not Waterfalls, so go ahead and watch that if you're curious. There's a couple different recordings of this talk on YouTube, but the core idea is where you define your data dependencies. But the core idea is that when you define your data dependencies within your component, you force a waterfall. If two React components both fetch some data, but one is rendered inside another, you have to first fetch the top one, render that component, then fetch the second. If this happens on the client, you have two sequential calls from the client to the server, which is bad. By moving this to the server, the impact of this waterfall is an order of magnitude smaller, because the latency between the server and the database is much smaller than the latency between the client and the server. Okay. This is the primary benefit of a server-first architecture. You only make a single request from the client to the server for each page, fetch all the data from the database together, and stream it to the client as it becomes available. You never have to go to the server a second time on the same page. This architecture fundamentally eliminates the possibility of client-server waterfalls and preserves the ability to co-locate your data within your component. In a regular client-side architecture, you would have to do a decent bit of manual work to hoist your data out of your components and pass them through props or through context to achieve a similar result. It's not impossible. It's not impossible, it's just not scalable unless you use GraphQL. But there's a reason I call it a trade-off and not a benefit. It's because it comes with a cost, which is route level revalidation. This means that when you run an action that updates your database, your only choice is to re-render all the server components from the top and send all that data to the client. Once you combine your components and data into a single fetch, you can't really decompose them into smaller pieces. You also cannot cache client-side. You also cannot cache on the client side a subsection or a specific component or a specific piece of data. You can only cache and refetch the entire page. This means every time there's a mutation, you are forced to rerun all the queries on the page. And if you don't want your database to be hit with queries unnecessarily, your only choice is to cache data on the server. In a client-first architecture, you usually have a client-side cache for your data which you can invalidate and refetch on a fine-grained basis, which means you're only refetching the data that you actually need to without additional infrastructure like a server-side cache. So granular revalidation is still kind of possible with server components, but it's not scalable and requires additional infrastructure. I hope you're seeing a pattern. Now, there's techniques that help on both sides. Nested routing, or the ability to define certain routes as children of another route, is a capability that makes both architectures better by reducing their weakness. In a client-first architecture, nested routes provide a nice place to co-locate data fetching and automatically fetch them in parallel. In a server-first architecture, nested routes give you the ability to refetch a nested section without having to re-render the parent routes. So techniques like nested routing reduce the gap between these architectures and their trade-offs, but it doesn't eliminate them. And the more complex apps you build, the more these trade-offs will be emphasized. How am I doing so far? I think that was probably the more important part of explaining server components and how they compare to existing client-side models. Knox, how's it going? Thanks for showing up on Twitch. I don't know how helpful these explanations are without visuals. I'm trying to emulate things from my hands, but I'm probably gonna have proper visuals for a lot of this stuff. Okay. Primary benefit, trade-off, mutation, it's done. Nested routing, I talked about that. Okay. So I'm almost at the end. Okay, let's finish this up. I should also clarify, you can still use React Server Components in a client-first architecture. If you have seen the proposals of Remix or Tanstack Start and how they are approaching RSCs, it's a client-first architecture with the ability to render React components on the server and receive them on the client as data. But this is not how React Server components are intended to be used. The RSC architecture, or the full stack architecture vision of the React team, is server first, which means you gain data co-location without client-server waterfalls, but you lose the ability to refetch specific data or components. You still have the ability to pay for bundle size with payload size in a client-first architecture. Okay, that was a lot of recap. Oh, okay, that was a lot. Let's recap. Most people think of RSCs as a way to remove the client-server boundary and write full stack code that is composable and fully encapsulated. But that's not what React Server components are. That's what server functions are. But React Server components are just an additional technology on top of server functions that have a completely different purpose. The purpose of RSCs as a technology is the ability to reduce your payload size, the ability to reduce your bundle size by increasing payload size. And the purpose of RSCs as an architecture is to eliminate client-server waterfalls at the cost of granular refetching. You can probably now paint a picture of what RSCs are supposed to be used for. The projects that will benefit the most from React Server components are the ones where the client-server interactions are kept to a minimum. Remember, since RSC payloads are bigger and can only be refetched in their entirety, you want to minimize how many times you have to go back to the server. So if your app requires a lot of interactions for small pieces of data, you want the client-first architecture. You could still use React Server components for certain areas of the app that don't re-render much, but most of your app should be client components. Okay, my script ended here. I probably don't have, I usually have problems coming up with a good conclusion. So I'm probably going to need to write something quickly, and then, so I talked about what's the use case where RSCs don't make sense. See, on the other hand, if your app no, I think that's fine. Just need to figure out how to wrap this up. And also have another shout out to code crafters at the end. Why can't you do granular data refetching with RSCs? It's just not possible with the architecture. The only thing you can do is tell the router that, hey, get me this page again, or get me this route section again. You cannot tell the router, hey, get me this piece of data so that I can update the page that I have. You just don't have, the components live on the server. It's not possible yet. I don't think it's possible at all. Like the thing about granular data refetching is that if you refetch the data, how are you going to render it on the screen? You need to download the component code. And if you download the component code, it's not a server component anymore. Okay, benefit the most, done with that. Still want to better understand RSCs. If you ended with Tanstack Start does it the way they don't want you to do it, you might want to add why you still think it's okay. I thought I did. So I talked about you can still use RSCs in a client-first architecture. I think that's the part where, that's the part you're talking about, like why that's okay. It's a client-first architecture that still has the ability to pay for bundle size with payload size, and I think that's it. It doesn't give you the data co-location benefits, but it gives you the bundle size benefits if you want them. So that's the client Tanstack Start version. Framework. are these being used in production now? You mean React Server components? Yeah, React Server components are definitely being used in production in some places. Tanstack router, a Tanstack router is definitely being used in production. Start, probably not, because it's still in like beta or it's still in alpha. It's one of those two. And Solid, obviously, like Solid's been around for 7 years. Of course, it's being used in a bunch of places. I'm deploying Solid to production. Okay. If you want to better understand software in general. Some people are using Tanstack Start in production already. Yeah, I don't doubt that at all. I'm just going to copy the Code Crafters shout out and have that at the end. Where did it go? There. Okay. Link in the description. Right there. Okay. If you still want a better understanding of server components, you could try to build your own framework. Check out this talk if you want to learn how to do that. And if you want to get better understanding of software in general, check out Code Crafters, where you can build your own HTTP servers and databases. You can use the link in the description, which will let Code Crafters know that I sent you there, and it's an awesome way to support this channel. All right, let's bring the music back in. I think that's my video. Now it's a whole night of editing and designing visuals and making the video ready to go live. How'd I do? So does everyone like get and agree with the things that I said in there, or did I miss the mark? Let's come here. Have you guys tried using Riverside for editing? I thought Riverside was like a recording, podcasting tool. Oh, not that. Riverside.fm. Does it also do like editing? Online studio, record in high quality. Oh, record and edit. Okay. I should give it a try. Oh, nice. Wait, I thought you had an editor for Fireside. I think you hit the mark, especially with some visuals code samples. Yeah, visuals are going to be really important. Visuals and code samples. I'm probably going to do yet another video with like actual demos and apps that are built. At least one app that's built in both ways and better talks about the trade-offs, because there's like a couple more things that make RSCs, or that RSCs have in their benefit, which is like necessary waterfalls. Like I talked a little bit about waterfalls and data co-location, but there's like necessary waterfalls and unnecessary waterfalls. Unnecessary waterfalls are easier to get rid of on the client. If you use Solid, you know that there's very few unnecessary waterfalls in most Solid apps just because of how the patterns work. But necessary waterfalls are like they're kind of unavoidable, just as the name says. And there's ways to show that, which I'm probably going to get to at some point. I didn't do a good job, so I had to do it again. Damn. Good to know. Yeah, I'm going to try Riverside at some point. All right. So that was the video. I have visuals that I'm going to get to at some point. We can do some live coding now. How does that sound? Code example might be a good call, actually. Yeah. I have an example that's going to show really nicely what server components are good for. It's basically like really any example where you have conditionals and then you fetch data based on like other data, or you fetch data based on a condition, that's where server components really shine, because those are the unavoidable waterfalls. Yeah, it's kind of a shame that that React Server components follow the async await model instead of something more non-blocking like Solid's create async. Create async is like really nice for server components. Like if you use Solid's create async with server components, like Solid doesn't have server components, but imagine if it did, that would be like the ultimate yeah, like the best way to avoid any waterfall. All right, so let's do some Tanstack and Solid now. So if only there was an Expo and Solid for mobile. Yeah, I mean, have you tried NativeScript? I have not tried NativeScript or React Native, and I don't know what the difference is. Like, what's missing from NativeScript? That, like, obviously Expo is missing. Expo adds a lot of things on top of React Native that you won't have otherwise. But like, I don't know, like from a fundamental capability standpoint, it sounds like there are things missing from NativeScript, but I don't really have much. I don't really know much about that world. All right, let's see what we have. This is running. I haven't tried NativeScript, but it's on the to-do list. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we have our index file. I am out of my coffee, so I have to resort to water now. Oh, speaking of React Native. All right. Oh, and I know probably people didn't see the shirt because I was out of the frame. Okay, so what are we building today? I want to see if I can build Trello in here. That's my goal, which probably means I should have Trello open somewhere. Does this have Tailwind? This does not have Tailwind. Come on, Jack. Why does the default template not have Tailwind? Okay, let's get Tailwind in here first. Tailwind. Wait, Trello uses Tailwind, right? I actually need to make sure first. Trello. Yeah, we had Tailwind in here. We have app.css, but I don't think it does much. Yeah. Okay, let's get Tailwind in here then. Tailwind CSS, sweet. Okay. And it's also not an add-on, right? Is it a React add-on? Let's see. If I remove framework solid, do I see a Tailwind add-on? Sample, file router, clerk, convex. Okay. Yeah, we should definitely have both of these as like solid add-ons as well. Form, Netlify, Sentry, ShadCN. We have Solid UI now. Requires Tailwind to be set up. Oh, right. Yeah, we have Solid UI in here. Why don't we have Tailwind? That is a good point. Where is Solid UI? What's form? It's Tanstack form, yes. It's this right here, demo.form. We're using Tanstack form. It's beautiful. It has some like type inference issues that personally I would like to see fixed, but that's completely fine. It's like minor things. Other than that, I think this is really powerful. I haven't used it much, but this is really nice. Like being able to define form fields and just use the field for everything. So if this doesn't have solid UI, what does the solid UI add-on do exactly? Create yes router. This is my pull request. Let's just open this and pull requests. Oh, not pull requests, sorry. I wanted to see templates. Base? No. Wait, where's the... Oh, it's an alpha, I forgot. Music in the background, it's... Where did I get this from? It's some blues playlists that was on my YouTube. That I found on YouTube, I guess. It's copyright free. Let's see, blues music. Which one is it? I know, ask me some point later if you want a link to this one. Yeah, I think if you just search YouTube for blues music copyright free, you should find this. Alpha, there we go. Okay, now I can look in templates. There's solid, add-on, solid UI, assets, src lib, import Tailwind CSS. Interesting. So you're doing the Tailwind things, but not actually installing and configuring it. That makes sense. So I, do need to install it on my own. Maybe I can make a PR for fixing the add-on. Let's see. Styles.css. Yes, we have Tailwind here. We just don't have it in set up, but we're using it. So let's install Tailwind and Tailwind Beat. Bring it into the config. We have the config. Interesting. Oh, my bad. Tailwind has updated. You don't need a Tailwind config file anymore. I was looking for the Tailwind config file, but I guess that's not required anymore. That would be interesting. So all of this is using, what's all this here? Oh, this is Tailwind. My bad. I was completely, yeah, no, that's entirely on me. I did not realize that you could use Tailwind without the config file now. That is good to know. What did it do exactly? It did it? Oh, 406. Got it. That's fine. So we have Tailwind already. That's good to know. Let's bring in Trello. So this is our Trello. I'm gonna just copy the lib folder in here. Not like that. Let's put it up here. Yes, replace it, please. Delete this. Let's see, what do we do? Oh, Vinci HTTP. Oh, this is server code. We don't have a server in here. This is a single page app, which means we don't have auth. Actually, we don't have most of these things. Yeah, I'm just gonna remove all of them actually. I forgot that we're in a single page app and we don't have any server stuff. What did we have in utils? I'm gonna keep all of this. Okay, instead of libs, let's bring components. Gonna paste it in here. Let's call it Trello components for now. Let's see, we have our actions. Oh, this is the solid events branch. My bad. We need to be on the main branch. There we go. Not there. And let's delete all of these and post these. All right. There we go. So we are not using solid router anymore. What's wrong with column ID? A lot of these things don't exist. Okay, so don't have solid router. We do need solid icons. Uninstall solid icons. Thank you very much. We need our get index between. I'm just gonna copy this in here. So we have our get indices between. We don't have auth, we don't have database, and we don't have fetch board. I definitely want a server. Do I want a server? Yeah, I can probably do without a server right for now. So note ID, don't have solid router, don't have database, don't have auth. Could probably use, no, we cannot use convex because that's real time. And it'll kind of like defeat the point of no, it won't defeat anything. We still have all we just don't have the invalidate step anymore, which is fine. I'm probably overthinking this too much already. Okay, so all these actions, if this was Tanstack start, these would be all server functions with validation and everything. But if we don't have it, this is probably just going to be an async, regular async function, which means we don't need the wrapper. Can get rid of that. Okay, now it's just an async function. Same thing for everyone else. Remove action wrappers. Remove action wrappers. Remove that. And we don't have use actions anymore. These are going to be replaced by create mutation from solid query. Why do we not have board ID? Column ID, node ID. Verbatim module syntax. Oh, you want this being imported as a type? Yeah, I could care less. tsconfig false. Okay, happier. Use submissions. These are gonna be let's see, does query have like a submissions API? No, it I'm sure it does. Tanstack query. Okay, let's see, sub mutations. Let me find hooks actually. API reference, yeah. It's mutating, trading, query options. I do not see a hook that would give me the use mutations behavior. Use mutation uses fetching, is mutating. Number of mutations, application is fetching with the mutation key, but this is a number. This doesn't give me the actual mutations. Mutation state, there we go. Yeah, so all mutations in the cache. Okay, there we go. You can pass filters. So filter with the status or select it based on the variables. There we go. So the single mutation is this. Oh, never mind. That's a single mutation. Data. And it's an array of results. Perfect. This is what we needed. And the solid version of this should be create mutation state or something like that. It's not in the API. Let's see if we can find it. Let's const use submission and create mutation. Oh, it doesn't have create mutation state. Right? Create mutation result async function. These are all types. These are not hooks. Does that mean we're missing? API reference doesn't, it only has create query. Everything else is core. Do we just access the mutation cache? Anyways, is there also like mutation options similar to query options that we can use instead of the action wrapper? Is there anyone in the chat that's more familiar with Tanstack query than I am? I haven't used it in a while, or I have only used like the very basic APIs. All right. What else do we need to do? This is our Trello. It says, what are you complaining about? You don't have fetch board. That's fine. No, sir. We don't have our database. No use server, no account. I can just use like localhost with some timeouts for now to simulate a server. I can probably also use like mock service worker to do some of the stuff, like fake a real server or fake a server. MSW looks really interesting. I haven't gotten around to using it because I don't write much tests, but it's like something very important for now. Let's just do the board. So we don't need to have our index page or like login screen, anything like that. We can just have our page like that. I'm going to copy this page component, throw it in our index route, get rid of this app component, call this app. We don't have props anymore. We can use the loader data. Yeah, let's use loader to get our board. Instead of this is probably going to be route.useLoaderData. Yep. Submission for board name and action for updating the board name. Where does board name live? Update board name is right here. Let's make this a regular async function. We don't need auth. Let's await set timeout. Do we have our promises? No. Let's go into utilities and export function set timeout promise. Thank you. All right. Timeout promise. Let's wait for, yeah, a second is fine. And then we return the database board. Should have like use localhost as the database. Return, oh, const board. Oh, it's not using localhost. Localhost dot, oh, local storage, my bad. That's why. Now it knows what to do. Let's just assume we only have a single board. Or it's an empty object. And this is a single board. Border title name, local storage set. We don't need to, we can just return the board if we want to. And we don't need this anymore. We don't need the logo. We don't need the board ID because there's only one board. Use submission, use action. This should be create mutation. It accepts a function that returns an object. Mutation fn is going to be update board name. Let's call this mutation. What's title? Do we? Oh, we don't have solid meta. This has its own meta, doesn't it? Not here. How do you do meta tags with Tanstack router? There's router docs meta. Component. Oh, you just use head content. Title and let the music stop. I need to restart it. There we go. Managing body scripts. Deduping, blah blah blah. Cloud options start head. Okay. Head, there we go. And what is head? So it's the docs to solid. It might not have everything. Oh, it does. Okay, nice. All right, head is a function that returns all of this. Okay, cool. Thank you. This morning I switched it to solid and there were like 3 pages. Good to see it's all been updated now. Title is Trello. And board.title. Okay. Does this get the data from loader? Like if I return 1, 2, 3. What is complaining about? Title string has nothing in common with title string. Why are you complaining? Link scripts meta. Where's the title? Is it within meta? Shouldn't be. Why do I only see link scripts and meta in here? Meta link scripts title. That's fun. Okay, so for now I'm gonna expect error. Thank you. And we have the mutation. We should on success should do route dot I thought it was a route dot invalidate. Oops, right here. Invalidate. Not invalidate method. This is on the route, right? Yeah. Navigate, invalidate, clear cache, load. By forcing their before load and load functions to be called again. Type, blah blah blah. Solid. There's nothing here. These are all the hooks. There's properties. Do I need like use router or something? So do you have invalidate? Okay, you do. And what do I pass in? Router.invalidate. Route matches, options filter. We'll just do all of everything. So let's invalidate everything in here. Let's call this router. Okay. So on success, we invalidate the data. instead of doing this in here, we do this in here. Doing this in here is what's going to achieve like single flight mutations, but for now we have to do it out here. That is fine. I just don't have create mutation state, which means I can probably just use this here. Let's comment this out, and now we have text equal if the status is pending, then let's use dot input, no, not input, data is the return. Where are the variables? Is this an array or just string? It's a string. Okay. Or board title. And save action is mutate. We don't have a board, so to get our board data, let's come back here, find our fetch board, and what does it return? It returns all of this. Board data. We have board data right somewhere. Okay. So back here, const fetch board. There we go. And we can say this is as board data. And we can now fetch board inside here. Loader data. This is going to be board data, and I can say, what was the title? Like that. The title is this, inside a string with a template. There we go. Loader data, board title, and Trello. Cool. Now we have our board here. This works. Now we just need to move all these actions into mutations. I still don't have use submission, so optimistic state might be a little interesting. I might have to wrap over create mutation so that I can like maintain submissions on my own. Okay. I'm gonna be right back and hit the bathroom. Where are we? Anthony, how's it going? Nice of you to pop by. Trying to build our Trello sample with Tanstack router and query. I should probably check how they are doing this in here. I know there's a sample somewhere. Let's probably start. Oops. You know what? I just need to add that. Dig in the blues? Yeah. Love it. There we go. Kitchen sink. Let me find Trello. There we go. Start Trello. This is their Trello sample, which for some reason doesn't show up in the examples. Not sure why. Okay, let's see. App, components. Let's find, I guess, card. And what are you using? Usually card mutation. You update card mutation. Schema. Okay. Where is the optimistic update? Move card. Move card.mutate. Delete card.mutate. This doesn't seem to have optimistic updates. This is all the drag and drop logic. What about the title? That's coming from props. So let's see where it's being used. Not there. Go to preferences and see how it's being used. Item.title. Sorted items. Items. Column. Okay. And here. Columns, use memo, column map. Let's see. Okay, board.columns. Not what I was looking for. Oh, come on. I keep forgetting that the hotkeys don't work the same if I'm on stack blitz. Use suspense query, board queries or detail board ID, and that's the data. Context is not available. Okay, this has optimistic updates, doesn't it? This is just the query. This is, where are we doing the optimistic mutations? Let's find the route. Okay. Pending component. Yeah, I'm not seeing where the this is the export ID. Not seeing where the optimistic stuff is happening, which is the main thing we are here for. Use suspense query. Items by ID, columns. Is this where add items to their columns? Let's see, how are we adding? Columns map, column with items. Get set column items for column of columns. Items. Okay. Items by ID dot values. And when there's an invariant, push item. I wonder if it's happening like completely on the query side. Board items map, board items. Let's see. Oh no, I don't want to see that. I want to see board queries. Let's look at the mutations. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we are writing to cache. Dot detail, query key, board columns, and then we add it in here. Okay, that makes sense. So we don't need submissions, we just on mutate. Wait, why are we canceling queries? Do we not refire? This is interesting. Why is there cancel queries? This doesn't seem to have anything. Cancel queries. Is that an API somewhere? That's interesting. Anyways, we set query data, we get the key, and we map over the board. We add the item. Same thing in here, we always cancel the queries. I can probably just, no, but this is a React query. Let's see if we can copy this. And let's create a file with data.ts. Let's paste it in here. We're using solid query, which means create mutation and replace all use mutations with create mutation and the function form. And wrap all of them. That not work? Oh, that's not where I need to be wrapping. There we go. Okay, what else is missing here? We don't have board.js. What is board? Oh, database. Right. So our database is just going to be let's call it, this is our queries, and we need a data. This would be our database. There we go. But instead of create server function, it's all local. We also don't need Zod. We are not gonna keep the schema. Yeah, and we don't have this. We have our board data though. It's not an array, it's just a single board now. IDs per, as board ID, because we are using, why does that not work? Board data doesn't have ID, okay. It's board, which is an object, and then all these go in here. Is that title? That's title. And this is not cards, this is notes. We're calling it notes. All right. Create server function, handler, none of this. No handler, no validators. Validators. I thought I removed these. No validation. Remove the validators. Data. Mark them as any. Boards.find. We just return the board here. It's delay. Oh, we have delay, so we can remove that. We can change delay to our set timeout premise. Now we can remove the function and import it. Oops, import it from here instead. Okay, get boards, we don't have that. Get board, we return the board. don't need to pass anything in. For creating column, let's let me do that work. Thank you. Okay, so we timeout. We don't have a schema. We can just call this new column, I think. Yep. We don't have that. Board.columns. What's missing? Board and title. Okay. And oh, this should be title. Oh, board. It says board. There we go. Items invariant, board items push. This should be oh, I should actually just remove these and have Copilot write all of these from scratch. Delete item. This should have an item, yeah, ID in here. Board.notes. All right. Shouldn't note ID be a note ID? Here. Note ID. Now why are you complaining? Type ID, board column ID. Well, it's missing properties from note. Board column order body. Okay. Yeah, because this is board, this is column. It's missing now. ID. Order and body. Okay, we also need order. And this is body. There we go. And we can call this as note ID. Yep. Some type definition problems in here, but we can fix them later. Let's do this. Let's comment out all of these and export const update item. Shouldn't be data any. There we go. Thank you. Update column, update board, and delete column. There we go. Thank you, Copilot. See, this is why I need cursor. Cursor would have been so much faster at all of these. Okay. Now I have my queries. Data. Oh, actually, slash data. There we go. We don't need get boards. We don't need the list option. That's the only one we need. ID, we don't need that. We can make this just board. Okay, and we don't need ID. Let's see, all of these are going to be query client set query data. Does that not exist? Oh, updater was not defined. Okay. Board queries. Data query key. All right, and now board. Let's do that. Where do we have undefined that's not assignable to? Let's see. Board is incompatible. Call signature return type. Column order ID data notes. Why is this undefined? Oh, this is both and. Nope. What is this? We did not have this problem up here. If I remove this. Oh, Does it also need items? Oh no, it already has it. How about just this? No? How about this? Okay, that works. But if I spread this out, it doesn't, because it might be undefined. Okay, that does make sense. So if board exists, then return this, otherwise undefined. There we go. Now it works. Columns. Variables, order, ID. Now what's missing? Oh, board dot. Yeah, we have board dot columns. What's wrong here? Board and title. Oh, because variables. You know what? The first thing I need to do, create column. We don't need board ID because we only have a single board. So we can remove that, and we can remove that. And if I go to column, I don't need board ID here. If I go to note, I don't need board ID here, which simplifies a lot of this. Now the only thing missing is column. Why is it not in the variables? If I'm it's creating a column. Oh, title. What did I call it here? Okay, don't need that anymore. Create column. We don't need board here, we just need the title. Don't need board. Don't need the board ID. And we don't need board ID. There we go. Simplified a lot of that. You are still complaining because you want the title. But variables, I need variables.data. Okay. And we need a comma. There we go. That's our first optimistic update. Cool. Just need to do that again and again. Variables.board ID, which we don't have. Let's see. Let's bring this back. Don't need that. Board. Will I be streaming more? I'm definitely gonna try to. Thank you for popping in, Bryfrost. Bryfrost. Create item mutation. Can I not just... Oh, because board can be undefined. Oh man. Undefined. Okay, there we go. Now I can do this. And this. Oh, notes. Alright, I think we are doing good so far. Come on, Copilot. Thank you. Variables.data.id. I can probably get rid of the data abstraction because we are not using server functions, so it doesn't really make too much sense to accept all these as data. Move that, remove that, and call this new column. Okay, this is what I want to do for all of them. Remove, 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 remove. Oh, no comma. There we go. Remove, remove. ID, not ID. Don't have this. Same thing here. Remove, 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 remove. Move. That's fine. This one. Plate, 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 plate. This is why I need AI in my life. All of this manual stuff, which I could very easily delegate to an LLM. All right, now we don't need those extra data wrappers. This is just spreading variables, spreading variables. There we go. Don't have that. There we go. Don't need that. We should do this. Okay. Don't need that. And here. All right. We have our queries set up. Column mutation, create item mutation, update card, delete column, update board, update column. All right. Now we don't need use submissions. We don't need get mutations. And we don't need these create effects because we're directly mutating our board data, which means we don't need set board store. Probably that means we don't need the board store. We can just use the board data that comes from here. So props.board, replace all board store with props.board. Oops. And we don't have apply mutations. And we don't have that. Okay, what else? Why? Oh, you don't have an ID. That's fine. Add column. We don't need the board ID anymore. Let's call this create mutation. Wait, I already have create mutation. Oh, so this is use add column. Oh, use create column. Mutate is add column. There we go. We don't need props.board. This is just the title. No column ID. Wait, no column ID. Let's see. Create column. Yeah, we're generating an ID. For optimistic updates, we don't want to be generating the IDs on the server because we want use IDs as keys on the client when we reconcile. Which means these IDs need to come from the client. This wasn't happening in this example, I think. Get board, create column. Create column. Oh, we do have the ID. Why are we generating an ID here then? Queries. Math.random. Yeah, so see what's happening here. On the client, we generate an ID for the optimistic update, but then we generate one on the server again for the real mutation, which means when we get the data from the server again, they're the same column, but they have different IDs. This means that when we reconcile them, we'll end up with duplicate columns on the client. I wonder the cancel queries. We removed the cancel queries from in here. Oh, we did not, never mind. Let's comment this out and see what happens. But yeah, the point is that Do we... Wait. Where is the query being invalidated? Do we have that somewhere? Let's get to that. Let's first get this working. Okay. Yeah, the IDs are something that we want to pass to the server and generate on the client, which means ID is column ID, and we want to use that in here. Order is fine. Create item. Note ID, and we're gonna use that. Alright, delete item, update, column, blah blah blah. No other deletes. Okay, which means in our queries we can get rid of that, and we can get rid of that. Create item. Does item also have an order? Interesting. Notes do have an order. Are we passing it in here? Create item. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, this looks much better now. Add column. We were here. Okay, so we have our mutation. We only pass it ID and title. Let's add column ID and title and get rid of that. There we go. That's our first action that we have replaced with mutation. Now make this use move. Do we call it move column? Create column, create item, update card, delete card. We should call this create card, delete column, update board, use column. We don't have move card here. Do we have it in our database? Get board, create column, create item, delete item. We don't. Export const move card. Move item, note column, order. Yep, that's all we need. Export function, use move column, mutation. Thank you very much. Is this correct? Board columns map, column ID, variables ID, then return this column. Oh. Not really. What are the variables? ID and title. Oh, that's move column. Move column. Please rewrite this for me. No, this needs to be items. Oh, sorry, notes. Nice. Okay. Wait, why is variables void? Oh, this is move column. We need move. No, move note. There we go. We have ID. Wait. Oh, not from there. Not there. Move note. What did I call this? Move item. Man, naming conventions are hard. There we go. Now we are putting in the notes. If this is the ID, we return our new note with the order. Can I dot column variables ID? Oh, we know that's true. Don't need to check for it again. Let's just spread variables in here. There we go. That should help. Okay. Use move. Oh, I called it move column. This should be move item. Move card. There we go. And this is our mutate function. Alright, what else? Props.board ID, we don't have that. Add column, we don't have board ID. This is use create card mutation. And this is our mutate function. We don't need board, we don't need timestamp, and everything else works. Alright. So add note works. We don't pass the timestamp anymore. If we want to move column, where is move column? I guess we also need move column in here, don't we? Yeah. Export const move column. Give me this, thank you. Oh, don't have that. Where's components copy? Wow, TypeScript is looking at an older version of my code base. That's always fun. Export function use move column. There we go. Nice. It's pretty smart. What is, oh, that's not a note ID. Wait. Move column action. This needs to be used move column mutation. Or new one. There we go. Use actions. This should be const rename action, rename column, delete, move note. Use rename column, we don't have that. We have update column. Use update column. Use move card. Okay. You want everything in an object. Please do that for me, Copilot. Move node action. ID, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. Order is get indexes between these. There we go. Same thing here. Rename. Column ID, title. There we go. Delete action. We don't pass that in anymore. Column ID. Oh, this needs to be ID. There we go. What else? I can get rid of these actions. And this one. We don't have fetch board, we don't have board ID, we don't have move note. Yeah, sure. You're not using these, we don't need to access it. Same thing here. There we go. This file works now, or this file compiles now. Note, let's see. We don't have board ID. We are gonna remove all these actions. We are going to change these to our update card mutation, delete card mutation, and move card mutation. Don't have that. Let's make this into an object. There we go. Thank you. Okay, there's some solid stuff that I need to look at some point. We'll work on that. Move node action, node ID, column, order. Thank you. Update action. Don't have timestamp. Delete. There. Okay. So we got our CRUD now. Remove the events and remove these events. Okay, so this file also compiles now. Let's see, what do we need for the board? We're not using these actions, we're not using these actions, we're not using solid stores, and we're not using any effects to write to stores. We can get rid of the mutations type, which means we can get rid of these imports. There we go. So how is every file in here doing? Editable text, layout, okay. Layout, we don't have a user, so there's not a lot of sense to showing this layout. We have our logo. We have these two. Okay. Where are my... there we go, inbox. Unreads, mentions. Okay, cool. Alright, so we have our Trello components ready. We have our page. We have our fetch board. We have, I think, both of these somewhere else. Data has get board. There we go. So this now returns our board data, which we can use. Update board name should be in here somewhere. Update board. We also probably have the query for it already set up. Use update board mutation. Yep. Const use update board mutation. Okay. Where are you complaining? Oh, because update board can be a bunch of things. So variables.title is what I want. And I want to update the title. Why RSC bad? I already recorded that video. You'll need to go back and watch it. I mean, you're on YouTube, so we can very easily do that. Let's see. Let me find you a timestamp that you can use. I think if we go to like, where do I have it? Yeah, like if you go to -130, like an hour, it's been an hour and a half. That's where I kind of start talking about server components. I think you need all three here, right? ID and color, yeah. Which means let's change use update board to only accept the color. We also don't need the ID. Do we have that? Yeah. See you in an hour and a half. It's not gonna, like, the video itself or yeah. I mean, yeah, probably see you in a bit, but I don't think it's gonna take an hour and a half. I didn't talk about RSCs for an hour and a half. Also, if you've seen like some of my tweets talking about server components, you already know everything. The video is basically the tweet that I made a while ago about server components, but in a video form with a few more details. It's the same tweet that made Evan you follow me, which I'm really happy with. Okay, so there we go. Is this running? Bun. Oh, not bun. On start. Alright. Let's see. Let's take this for a spin. We have first board. Add column. Blah. Doesn't show up. Application. Local storage. Not cookies. Local storage. Localhost. Bookmarks. Alright. I'm not going to follow you. I won't be so sure about that. He might. Let's get a sample board actually. It has some things. Let's add a column. 3 columns, okay. That also works. But if I refresh, okay, cool. It's all in memory right now. None of these are working. I wonder why. Let's go to queries. I'll cancel queries and uncomment them. Might have something to do with it. Oh, set query data. We don't even have query data. Yeah, we need actually to use this query instead of fetching get board directly on our page. So in here, let's, instead of using the loader, okay, this is going to be fun. I need to figure out what to do there, but let's get board, data board from use suspense query. Oh, sorry, I'm not in React. Why am I using suspense query? I just need to create query. All right, query key on board, get board. Good luck with the app. Send a link when it's done. Definitely, yeah. I'll put this up on YouTube. Actually, I just need to, yeah, have a good night. Thanks for staying up, what, to 3 a.m.? Damn. 3 freaking a.m. Good thing you're nocturnal. Why am I writing create query? I already have it in here. Board queries.detail. There we go. This is not a function though. No, it is a function. Okay. Board queries.detail. There we go. Show when board. Oh, board is an object. Is this like, is that a React? Let's store. Does create query automatically return a store in Solid? That's fun. Should look at the implementation of it at some point. Let's do it right now. GitHub, Tanstack, query. How are things going? I'll left for a bit. I think I have the all the Trello UI in here that compiles. Some more discussion about split effects. Yeah, I need to respond to. Oh, there's also in the next channel. Yeah, Joe is still not convinced about split effect. Let's see. I'll catch up with the discussion after the stream, or I might do it on stream. Actually, I should just do it on stream. Like it's all public channels, So I don't really have a reason to not just pull it up on stream and talk about it. WebDev Cody, how's it going? Thank you for showing up. I am streaming again. Yes, it's been a very long time. What was I? Yeah, I was asking, or I was looking for Tanstack query, and I was wondering because in here, so I do create query, and it returns board data. It doesn't return an accessor of board data, which tells me that this is probably a proxy, like it's a store. I need to make sure of that. I want to see if it's like actually returning a store. Even if it is returning a store, I don't know about undefined. I guess proxy with top level getters, yeah, you can do that. Create query. There's a create base query. Memo observer client. Wait, why is this Angular query? Sorry, looking at the wrong thing. There we go. All right. So we have a resource, memo, signal. Are we importing store in here? Store. Okay, we have create store. Query observer result goes into create store. That makes sense. Okay, so we are returning store from here. Okay. Did I save everything? I did. Still doesn't work. Application. Oh, I'm not putting stuff in localhost anymore. Let's see, create effect. Console.log board. And I need to see if my update board mutation is, there we go. We don't have an on mutate here. This is update board. I mean, we should add one anyways. That's fine. Query client, use query client. Okay, why are we not mutating correctly? That's what I want to know. We have the query key correct, right? It's just board. Oh, you know what I actually need? main.tsx. Where are dev tools? Do we have query dev tools in here? Solid query dev tools, bottom right. Oh, okay. I've never used these dev tools, to be honest. Where's the board? Where is my board? Phone source enter, that's fine, I don't need that. There's data here. Why do we not see board? Should I do like track? No, I don't have track deep. Let's just do board.columns. There we go. Now we get everything. But if I remove this create effect, okay. Interesting. So initial load, we are not. Yeah, that's what I was confused about with undefined. That it doesn't really update when we have the board data, which is very interesting. Which means we should probably, I don't know, have an initial value. What do I want here? Don't need this anymore. What are you doing? Create board. Load status. Okay, let's use status instead. The show when status equals success. Don't have anything in here. Board. And exclamation. Did I mean to call this expression? Oh, it's because I don't have anything in here. Okay. How's it now? If I refresh. What's happening here? Oh, I am destructuring. That was the problem. That I am not in solid anymore, which means I can't destructure. Oh my god. Let's call this board data. Let's call this board query. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely the destructure. I need to get more Orion brained. I'm not Orion brained enough to like spot destructuring on all the time. What do you work these days? Well, I am working on. I work at Smart Data, which is a really nice place to work. Building a new product. I need to tell them that hey, we need to update our website. Yeah, this is where I work, and like mostly trying to build an internal product right now. But if you're asking outside of that, I just mostly do this and talk about Solid, build Solid demos, try to convince people that split effects are good. That's really what I'm doing these days. Okay, now I want to see if this updates. So we have 3 columns. Add. There we go. Finally. We have this. I'm happy. Delete. Okay. And we can drag and drop. There we go. So we have working Trello. Network. Where is fetch? Okay. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. So cancel queries means that. Wait, we don't have queries. I forgot that. We don't have a server, so we don't have queries. We just have this. I do want to see if it is marked as stale. But we're not refetching it, are we? Yeah, it's just on stale. Let me remove the cancel queries from in here. So all the cancel queries, I'm going to comment it out. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. So this doesn't. I guess I'm not invalidating it. So I need an F on success, on success. On success, invalidate queries. Okay, this is what I need to keep adding for all these actions. Wait, why can I not do that? String array blah 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 is not assignable to invalidate query filters. Can I... How does invalidate query work again? I should talk about split effects or do a separate live on it. Yeah, I mean, I might do this after building this Trello because there's some discussion that I need to catch up with. Invalidate queries. I mean, I freaking love split effects. although I am, yeah, it definitely, there are use cases where single function effects, unified effects are like slightly easier to deal with, but yeah, what can you do? Query key, there we go, that's what I need. So if I create a column, now it should invalidate. Let's see if it does. Can I move this to the right side? Is it possible to move the query dev tools? I'm just gonna collapse them for now. Actually, no, I need these to see if it's happening. Fourth. Okay, there we go. But it reverted back. Why did it revert it back? Did I not add it on the server side correctly? Create column. For.columns, for.column, blah blah. So console.log board. Okay, now I'm not doing this. Instead, I'm just looking at the console. So this is our board right now. Let's refresh. We have 3 columns and no columns have item, or we don't have any notes. Yeah, that's an array of 0. But if I add a fourth, why did that disappear? I have 4 columns here. Title 4th, order 4. Where is it being disappeared? Is what I'm curious about. Also, why does this not have the proxies? Oh my god, I forgot. You know what? What's happening? That's gonna be fun. When we do this, I need to return structured clone of board. Yeah, that's why I was seeing all these proxies in here. There we go. Fourth. There we go. Now we refetch and we have this. Binary 64, hi. Thank you for showing up in the chat. Does anyone know what was happening here? Who's familiar enough with Solid to know why I needed to structure clone here? Instruction time. Have I tried Tanstack start at all? Yeah. So the product that we are building right now, that I'm building, we are using Tanstack start for it because I got to choose. So yeah, of course I picked Tanstack start. Why wouldn't I? I think Tanstack start and router, I think it's going to be a great way to bring more people to Solidjs, or I guess bring Solidjs to more people. I'm planning to do that with like more, or I'm hoping that we can do that with more things as well. But yes, I love Tanstack start. Really the biggest thing that's missing in start for me that I get in router, or that I get in solid start, is single flight mutations. But other than that, I think Tanstack start has lots of great stuff. Okay, let's hop into this discussion, see what's happening. Where is today? So this is where I left off. It's simpler. Here with state, network state. Emphasize that the arc to create async must be a signal. Choose with state, network state. Oh, yeah, this is, yeah, I thought of this at some point, like as a way to kind of manually revalidate, like put the promise in a signal and then just pass it into create async. I don't think we should do more derived things, but yeah, this is an interesting way to use create async and signal, like basically a refetch pattern. Like if you put signal inside create async, you can use it to refetch. If you put it outside create async, you use it for optimistic state. You can put one on both sides and get complete control. Although this, like, we should probably talk about the revalidate pattern that we want to be using more. How does one use suspense by default without solid components? You don't really. I mean, unless you want to write create render effects by hand, you don't really use suspense without components. All of these are worse DX, fair point. Yeah, this is mostly like about the conditional effects inside create effect. Okay, DX team. 2.0 create async with 1.0 effects would be improvement of DX for non-component usage. I disagree. I'm not that fan of us. Like, I think split effects are fine most of the time. Worse than DX for me so far, just in some cases. Seem to solve problems I don't think I have. Making effect nesting much more difficult and less understandable. I don't think effect nesting should be relied on much anyways, but yeah. Like again, effect nesting is something you want your JSX to do. You don't want to do this manually. See this thread on async sequences with effects and okay. Being able to have 1.0 effect, okay. Sort of pick one. That's true. You cannot have the new create async with the old effect. It's really, really bad. I think that's kind of the problem. Like everyone's talking about like, hey, don't split it, just make it unified, make it opt-in, or provide a legacy API. The problem is that it's just a different system. Like it's not the same system, which means the same things don't work anymore, or they're not good anymore. Like create effect with a single function was fine, or it's fine with current Solid, but Solid 2.0 is just a completely different system under the hood, which means a lot of things that we used to do we do with current Solid, some of them are just not great, some of those patterns, which means it's really like a mental shift. Stress for the join seems to have how suspense want to work, which I still haven't used. No, that's not true. This makes some components pattern cleaner. Okay, it has nothing to do with suspense. Throws on first run, reruns when value is ready, and then nested. Yeah, obviously this cannot work because you might do things before the value read, and then you have those run twice. Yeah, exactly, depending. There are 4 answers. What if person A authors effect, B changes, yeah, rerun, stops at B again, kind of like async await, but it reruns. Yeah, this is exactly what we want to avoid. This is not a good thing to have. I don't know, the new effect API feels better. Syntax could be explicit, like async await. I mean, this is the resolve sync thing. But thing is, like, you would have to be wrapping wait for every single value. To have one way to set class or one casing for on click and disable remote playback. Yeah, not understanding this. Best choice, since always reference all reactive variables on top of the effects, then we should gently suggest that they do that. True. Shouldn't set them discovered a hard way. Still don't know the source, so library author would always have to wait everything. And look at problems with mistext. Yeah, not wanting is signal or is async, something like that. Yeah, implied explicit. Problem isn't that someone can write proper thing, it's that someone cannot. Yeah. You had to tell people to not use it as it broke their code. Less complicated than the new effect API. Writing code that cares about what, not when. Few extra reruns doesn't matter. I disagree. It's not eliminating reruns, it's eliminating unpredictable side effects. Or it's eliminating unpredictable reruns. That's the problem. Can't use it all the way. Can work. Okay, I think one thing that we need to specify here. Again, important to note, if you have existing code that uses create effect, you are probably gonna migrate it over to create create async, create signal, or create store, or the derived form of create signal or create store. Yeah. Which means you get better ergonomics, not worse. And he's talking about this. Okay. Still skeptical new effect API benefits me and would be worth refactoring too. Kind of talking about how 1.5, okay, some cases, okay. Wouldn't mind that with the 1.0 API. Throwing to emulate a wait. How does throwing affect performance compared to early returns though? Suppose it would be optional so someone could keep using early returns if necessary. I take DX improvements over prematurely optimizing. Why not keep create effect but give a similar shape to create async, allow returning a value as well as the ref to the effect for use in effect tree management. Set up separate owner API, add additional split effect, impactful change in 2.0 optional instead of required. Make the change final 3.0. Top level effect could just implicitly be a root. It is. Effect options could accept a parent reference. Parent effect reference should be equivalent to run with owner without extra unnecessary semantics. Don't use suspense. 2.0 create async, 1.0 create effect. Yeah, can't really do that. Ref to the effect itself for use in effect tree management. I don't know if that's necessary. Split effects and throwing async have nothing to do with suspense. I'd use those even outside of suspense with just and JSX. What else? Effect nesting is more difficult. This I don't get at all. Not really. Business logic change by different state, make it direct with splitting logic into 5 different places, which becomes complex. Yeah, no, I don't get this at all. Splitting the logic into 5 different places. I'm not gonna get on that right now. Idle code doesn't care about timing. This is exactly why we need to split it. You shouldn't have to care about when your effect runs and what values might not be ready at that time. You should just declare the dependencies and the side effect. That's it. The framework takes care of the when. Curious if it's needed. The code is only tied to solid state. Some extra reruns won't run the code that cares about what, not when. In some cases, a performance profile can help spot what needs to be optimized. Running is not about performance at all. It's about predictability. I don't want some effects that rerun, side effects that only partially apply. And any code that doesn't have complete control over this data sources will need to assume everything is async and pull out dependencies anyways. Yeah, that's really the main point about split effects, is that if you don't control your sources, you need to pull out the dependencies anyways. So it's kind of like, what's the point? I think I lost almost all of my viewers talking about Solid 2.0 suddenly. Is there anyone who has no idea what's being talked about here? Done not an event, yeah, that's true. Yeah, it really needs to be forced. It cannot really be opt-in. Split cannot be opt-in. I don't know about that. But yeah, main thing here is, oh wait, my exam. Oh. Throwing terminator, wait. Keep create effect. Create async. Top level could be a root. I mean, it is a root already. Yeah, exactly. Build a solution that use split effects, and yes, that's the way to go. Exactly. It allows a lot of nice things. Like split effects means signals can model async, but also like basically they can model anything at this point because we have split effects. Like async is a big deal, but it's like just one of the many things that you can do now that we have split effects. Yeah. Oh. Fix already are roots, though. Anything nested in the front half can simply on cleanup to register disposal. Yeah, I'm not sure what the effect tree management stuff is about. To be a true for some matches, multiple events, multiple stations, large into multiple events, also complex. Do you have an example? Let's just ask for an example and see what goes on. Yeah, other than that, like this is gonna be the same split effect or like make the split effect opt-in argument that we're going to continue hearing for a very long time. It's unfortunate. Alright, let's get back to our where'd it go? You don't need that. Okay, let's get back to our Trello example. I love that we have automatic refetching when we focus in here. That's great. Okay. Alright. What's going on Twitter? Let's see if anything fun happened here. First PR merged Tanstack router. Nice. Playwright. Matt, thank you for the repost. More person asking for UI libraries. Yeah. Tanstack query for Solidjs is awesome. Yep. Okay, why are the styles here not working? We have Tailwind. Note.tsx. Right. Oh, we have the card size. Okay, there's some CSS that didn't move over, I guess. Body loader card. Oh, sorry, not CSS. There's some packages. Uno CSS. Yes, that's what we need. Uno CSS. That's where the card comes from, right? Uno CSS. I think this was Benton's doing, or was it Brently? This wasn't you, right? This was probably Benton that brought in Uno CSS. No. Where are cards? Oh, no solid here. Getting started. Okay, let's just get Uno CSS in here. How's it being used? It's a Wheat plugin. Okay. Integration Suite. Alright, let's install Uno CSS as a dev dependency. Uninstall Uno CSS. Add it as our Wheat plugin. Okay, uno.config file. Of course, uno.config.ts, and import the virtual module in our main file. Okay, let's run this. Uno CSS doesn't exist. Well, that's interesting. Solid. Oh, do we need to like plug in after Windows CSS plugin? Okay, that's what I missed. So let's start now. Okay. Nope, still doesn't work. I guess it goes after Tanstack router as well. Yeah, it probably should be the first thing. There we go. Never mind. Where is the Uno CSS file going? You know what? I'm just gonna rip it out for now. Keep it unstyled maybe. I can't really keep it unstyled. Wait, did I look into our config here? Maybe we have some custom. We have custom colors. We don't have a custom. Okay. I can get rid of this now. Save. Let's see what we can do to style these better. Or I can just leave it for later. Okay. Trello. Working Trello. Let's remove some of the extra stuff. All the demos. Move the demo store. Okay. Removed other demos. Alright. Can't push yet. Let's publish Solidjs, Tanstack, Trello. Tanstack, Trello. Tanstack router, Trello. There we go. This is a public repository, and we got. Oh, this is the main branch. GCO M main. No. Is it a small m? No. That's fine. We'll stick to master for now. This is our repository. Okay, cool. New Tanstack app. Let's update the README. Okay. Tanstack router plus Solidjs Trello. Okay. This project shows how to use trends with Solidjs. With a simple clone of Trello. Actually, no, I should say GitHub Solid community, I think, has, or is it Solidjs community? There we go. You got Trello. You can just say it's support. Trello. Alright. This is a port of Trello. Using Tanstack router instead of solid router. Uninstall, but start. build, styling, solid UI, not using that, routing, we don't need any of these, using a layout, data fetching, demo files, yeah, none of this is needed here. Don't even need these. Okay, Slim readme. Okay. This is not the correct one. That's the correct one. All right. There we go. We got it working. I'm probably gonna... I don't know if I want to tweet about this without better styling or without hosting it somewhere. All right. I'm gonna take one small quick break. What's happening here? Test tells me I'm writing. I can only use CRUD and since whoever uses my library may get that warning on dev. Okay. Sorry, I'm just reading the next the solid discussions again. Should move it here. Okay, Brennan came up with this create event proposal. Create effect API stays like v1. facing throws inside dev mode, async detected in effect, instead of migrating to a create event. Trigger handler options is the split effect. It's like React strict mode type of migration by annoyance. Exactly. For library consumers. I might log an issue and not see any updates on it. For both library authors and consumers for a while, and instead move to a different library or write my own with the new API. So something that I could have done once it's discovered, and it might not be discovered until production. Because async is usually pretty fast during local development, and in production we won't even have the logs, so we don't know what's breaking. Thing is, suspense is going to eliminate a bunch of cases where issues like this show up. No, we don't want to do that, because that's basically an argument for in favor of single functions. This is not a great migration path as well. It's not a great migration path as well, because as an app author, if I try to use an existing library that hasn't moved to the new API and it breaks with async, I have the options: log an issue and hope that it gets resolved fast. Now technically two options: move to a library that uses the new API, or roll my own. Let's make this 1 and 2. I could have if the existing API is not supported, no. With split effects, I just do 2 from the start and never run into any issues. that's the thing. If you try to use regular single function effects, they're just going to break more than half of the times. So you don't even want to use them. You might like the API, but the predictability goes out the window, which is really, really important. Let's see. Let me ask. Oh wait, DMs. So, whoops, DMs leaks. Sorry. I should do this here. Do you have... Okay. Alright. I think that was fine. There's not a lot of people anyways, so didn't leak to too many people. Ryan's typing from phone. Okay. What do we want to do next? I want to get the Trello stuff in a state where I can talk about it publicly. Oops, unstart. Uno CSS. I think it's Solid Strap, not sure if they're training a V2 version. Okay, so Solid Bootstrap. I didn't know Brendan created Solid Bootstrap. That's good to know. Solid Bootstrap. Let's look at it. Look at the GitHub. Let's open this in here. GitHub.dev. Could be quite a big ask, but then let's avoid. We'll create async. Or V2, yeah. I mean, if you want to avoid V2, can't really do anything about that. How do I want to respond to that? It's only 700-ish downloads a week. It's not the point. Yeah, the current and new versions are incompatible with each other, so you'd be avoiding one of them anyways, even if the split effect API was opt-in. Okay, go back here again so that I can see the amps. Just commit, spin for me, but I can work around it, triggering suspense outside the lip so it will never throw inside it. Spin for me. Can work around triggering it outside the lib. Keezy Gamer, how's it going? Okay, so spin for me. It should, and if it doesn't, it would have and the only reason it doesn't suspend is that it has other loading indicators, so you should be fine. This is yeah, I want to build a playground of some first time here. Thank you very much for showing up. I want to build a playground where it kind of shows like why existing create effect breaks so much. I might do that at some point. I need run with observer for that, but which isn't pushed yet, but I could probably start like try to come up with it anyways. Nice, thank you very much. Got some snacks. I'm doing the Primogen thing. Nox, how's it going? What are the... Oh, that's hype applause. Nice. I can work on the triggering suspense outside the lab, so I will never throw. You don't have to think about when and how to trigger suspense. That should be automatically handled. Yeah, around a lot of the design of async means that you don't have to worry about it, which is kind of the whole point. Alright, let's get back here. I want to try to get Uno CSS working here. So virtual Uno CSS are they installed? What else do I need to install? Let's look at the other project in here. Going to have it open here. Oh, not you. You. Okay. All right. Start this. Open. And this breaks again. Virtual Uno CSS. Why does it not work? Are we using it here? And the existing Trello, I don't see it. Import Uno CSS. Oh, we need the we don't need the Vite integration. We probably also need a Tailwind integration. Integrations. Is there one? Probably not. Oh, there's a reset. Okay. Uno CSS reset tailwind.css. Need to import that. We should import it in here, I think. Yeah. I think having two VS Code windows open means everything is slower. Can you explain how does suspense work? Are we trying to change in that? I'm not getting it fully. Are you talking about Solid? Like how suspense works in Solid and what we are trying to change? React isn't really changing much. Solid is changing suspense to only run once initially. We can talk more about that if you want. There's a stack blitz that really nicely shows all of that. The async model. Okay. So our reset works, but our CSS doesn't. If I just get this in here, oh no, CSS doesn't exist. Well, looks like I have some presets in here. Probably need those. This one, preset daisy. And this is what the Uno config file looks like. Preset Uno is deprecated. It's preset Win3. We have this. Port from, okay, we have it. Preset Win3 specifically. Nice. What else? Still cannot find the Uno CSS file. And it's not available virtually either, would it be? What did I miss in installing it? Wait, okay. So we did that. We've added the plugin. We added the config file. We did that. We have modes. That's not solid. Solid plugin goes after it. Okay, we know that. What else? Global mode, this is the default, that's fine. What are we missing here? I removed the plugin. Okay. And now it just kills itself. Or what if I import this now instead of the virtual file? Still kills itself. I am very confused. We're using it the same way in Trello package.json. There's a few more things in package.json that we might not have. This is the daisy preset and Uno CSS itself. There's a preset theme and reset and dependencies. We import the reset. That's it. Yeah, I'm not really getting how to get Uno CSS working in here. Options saying give it 30 minutes. Working on just lib, which is not a suspense. Only here because it says okay signals. Oh. Nothing to do with split effects though. Yeah, we should probably make it more, I don't know. Is there anything else in here? This code extension. No. Yeah, no, it's just breaking. Can't find it. It's fine, we'll style it ourselves. Okay, let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of that. Let's start. Okay. Alright, let's look at our components. Column are probably fine. Yeah, all of these work. Node. Of course, we don't have CRUD. Right? We don't have any of these. What is the Trello? Not amplify. Yes, Trello.amplify that app. There we go. Let's log in and see what this looks like. Okay. Okay, this is what we need to emulate. I'm gonna move this to the side so I can keep this as a reference. With that and move it here so we can see better. Alright. And let's also move this here. So the columns need to be rounded. The three dots are barely visible. None of the icons are visible. Just funny. Anything wasn't coming, there would not be split effects. Correct. And throwing facing has something to do with suspense. We have suspense in Solid today without throwing this. Alright. Let's hop back to our code. Let's make the columns. Let's keep the columns like this for now. Let's make the. I want this to be better highlighted, so I should probably column. I think that's editable text. What's this column gap? This is add column here. Return draggable. Okay. I think this is the icon. Yep. 6 is too small. We want like 15. Nope. 30. 25. Alright, that's good. Size 25. We should have add note that has a plus button. It should also be like 25 or something. No? Interesting. Don't have button. So button looks like this. Let's give it peach black, text white. Why is it not updating? I need to refresh each time. Oh, there we go. No HMR. Wondered why. Why are these two on separate lines? Is this supposed to be flex? Yep. Justify, center, P2. Let's give it some gap. Too much? Yeah. Let's make it rounded. We need some cover. It's a button, so it should automatically... Why does it not change the cursor? Cursor pointer. And hover. And now let's make this BG gray. 800 for 900. There we go. A little better. Also make this text 300, cover text white. Okay, bolder. I like it. What else? This all these buttons. This is fine. This button needs there's the delete column. Delete column. Delete action. Right here. So none of these work. Rounded. Full. Cursor pointer. And BG hover BG gray. Let's give it more padding, like 4. It's too much. That's too much. 2 is fine. All right, we have our delete button. We have our add card, add note. In the form, the input is not text area. Okay. Yeah, so these buttons, add and cancel buttons. I should probably use Solidjs here. Input needs some padding and color and stuff. Let's make this true so that we can better test this. It's like HMR tends to break sometimes. Oh, I guess only one can be active at some point. Yeah, that's fine. And it goes away. Where are we setting it to false? Here. Oops. Let's comment that out. There we go. Alright. Now our input form input can be PG. Let's make it text white. PG what? Black. P2 with full. Rounded. We have more padding here. We have P3. Okay. Better. And P2 is fine. And here. Thank you. want the background to be some shade of green. That's too light. There. And let's make it py through px4. Okay. Now the cancel button. Thank you. There we go. That's exactly what I wanted. Alright. This looks better now. Alright, where is set active false? Okay. Movement, all of this works. These need to be moved or made bigger. Size equals 6. Let's make this 25. Okay, this needs to be with the background and padding as well. Update action. Let's try to. Oops. Yikes! Everything is freezing a little bit. I hope I'm not dropping frames or anything. Where is the note input text area? There we go. Well, none of these work. Which means PG slate. And let's make it 300. Alright. Looks better. When it goes into input mode though, it should, let's see, what, active? G black, text white. There we go. Immediately got removed. Wonder why that is. It's okay, we can get rid of it for now. And we need to set our default. Create signal. This should be false. There we go. Oh, our move doesn't work. Column move works, but moving cards doesn't. I should probably remove these links from up here, since those pages don't exist anymore. Okay. Can't move the card. I wonder why. I mean, this looks presentable. We can already push it, but I want to make sure that you don't have these annoying bugs. What am I looking for? I'm looking for queries. I'm actually looking for data. We have move item, ID, column, order. Okay. Find the note, update the column in order. Why does this not work? Oh, well, no, we said this again, which means in when we go to our column, we we have our filtered nodes, which for some reason doesn't work. Props nodes. Let's look at the board data. Create effect. And props.board. Okay, let's do dot notes actually, and I wanna unwrap it. I guess I need to import it myself. Oh wait, we're not using stores. No, we are. This is a proxy. I keep kidding. Store. Unwrap. Alright. Let's wrap this up. Why is it still proxy? Interesting. Anyways. Okay, so 1, 2. There we go. We got 2 things. Can I spread this out? Okay. There we go. We got our 3 things. Column 2. And if I move it in here, it's still in column 2. Why is it still in column 2? Let's figure it out. Why is our mutation not working? Notes, if this is the note ID, then return note and variables. Console log note and variables. Oh, now it moved. This didn't move. There were 3 of these. I moved column 1, order 1, column 2, column 3, column 2. Oh, it ran it for 3 of them. That makes sense. If note.column. Oh, note.id. There we go. Now it works. Okay, cool. Okay, this works now. Nice. Let's put it up on Netlify. Let's add a new site. And oh, this is the wrong account. Log in with GitHub. That's my site. Add new site. Deploy. Oh, not that. Existing project. GitHub. Price. Thank you. Tanstack. There we go. Just me. Yep. Site name is Tanstack's Trello. Got branch master, run build, this. Okay. Let's put it up there. And I should also push everything that I have in here. Oh, don't need this. Don't need that. This is all styling updates. We don't have the header. We remove the routes and we remove Uno. Let's properly remove Uno if we are not using it. From here, we remove it from here. install. Move to our log file is updated. I like that one moved back to a text-based log file from binary. This does make a little more sense somehow. I mean, it's easier to look through, even though I'm sure the binary file was much better for performance. Better styling and some bug fixes. Alright, site deploy in progress. First one failed. Why did it fail? Some TypeScript stuff? No, yeah, Uno stuff. That makes sense. What about the new one? Snack time. Alright, it's deployed. There we go. Let's put this in our README. Visit the production deployed demo at this Tanstack Trello.netlify.app. Right, deploy demo. Tanstack Crowd is Trello. Okay, there we go. Let's bring this in about Solidjs Trello demo ported to Tanstack router. I should call it Solid starts Trello demo. Save changes. Oh. There we go. Alright, let's put it up. Let's get like a screen recording. Let's bring in snipping tool. Oh, I missed this button. Wait, why am I screen recording? I'm streaming. I'm already screen recording. Alright, apparently OBS was recording all this time. I forgot to hit stop record after I finished recording my server component video. That's fun. Could you explain server islands versus RSCs? Yeah, server islands is more like Jamstack. How is RSCs bad? I already recorded that a while ago. I think you can go back to, let's see, how far back do you have to go? You have to go back like 3 hours or something to, yeah, 3.5 hours. That's where I talk about server components. I don't think they're bad. Yeah, the title is kind of like clickbait, but React Server Components isn't necessarily bad. It's just the trade-off that we have to be really, really careful about. I could start recording now. I don't really know what I'm going to post. Like, everyone already knows what Trello is at this point, or at least people who are going to watch or are going to look at my tweet. See it again? I won't ask, but I think that's server islands. They're not the same. Yeah, server islands are not the same as RSCs. Sorry, I kind of dodged that question. Astro server islands. So server islands, server components are like regular Astro components with client-side routing. So the difference between server islands and server components, you can also just ask what's the difference between server island and a regular Astro component, and it'll be the same answer. Normal server node Astro component that is instructed to delay rendering until its contents are available. So yeah, that's like server components are like regular Astro components. So that should probably help. All right, I ported. Actually, I know what to do. Let's look at Ryan Carniato and let's find his original Trello tweet. There we go. Just ported the supported our Trello app over to Tanstack router plus Solidjs. Check it out here. GitHub here. Oops. Let's just do this. Post. There we go. Mission accomplished. If you're still in here, go and blow this up a bit. I'll appreciate that. Appreciate a couple of retweets. Right. What else? Is there another video that I want to go through? Let's see. Let me. I should probably work on some of those visuals for the server component video. Yeah, let me do that. Let me try to find the ones that I already have. Okay. So there's a bunch of stuff in here that I've used for different talks over time, or not used at all. But there's a lot of there's definitely a lot of server component stuff in here. Yeah. And so much that I never really got to share. What are these? This is the async stuff from Solid. This is some multi-tenancy stuff. This is the example that I was working on. Here are some of the visuals. So the server rendering, client rendering with hoisting, blah blah blah. I don't know if I should probably just do it here. Let's see. Server components. Okay. I should make a list about all the visuals that I need in here. here, spacing, not suspend properly before running effects, because of partially applied effects. Suspending manually for the library. Solves this issue of the library not using split effects. Yeah. Suspending manually. Yeah, this where's the effects event? Yeah. This option was mentioned in Ryan's last HackMD, where he talked about. You might wanna check that out. Okay. Oh, that should address whatever this person is trying to talk about. Solid bootstrap. I wanted to look at it for like how many create effects is it using and where is it using create effect. Let's see. Next direction ref, set ref. What are these? Next direction ref, next direction ref. Okay. Let's see. Transition callbacks. This is CRUD. On slide. Oh, this is attaching event handlers. Looks like. What is local? Split props, merge props. Default props with P. It's interesting. Local.prop. Director, slide direction. I'm not sure what on slide is. This looks like it's attaching event handlers, and this should be pretty easy to move to the new move to split effects. What about this one? Should play undefined functions set ref on cleanup. Clear interval. Oh, there's a set interval in here. That makes sense. Set interval. Creating an interval, putting it in a signal. I mean, I guess this can be a memo, but do you want this to be reactive? Where is it being used? It's being used in a few places. Should do this actually. It's not actually. Oh, never mind. No, it is. No, it's not. It's not. This is not being reactively read anywhere, which means we shouldn't need this signal. Yeah, I don't see any other references. Unless, yeah, this doesn't need to be an effect, this doesn't need to be a signal. No, I mean, sorry, this does need to be an effect. My bad. But yeah, this part will go in the front half. And then this part goes in the second half. Class list.toggle, so we're doing something on the DOM. This makes sense. This goes in the front half, everything in the second. Let's look at toast. Delay ref on close ref. So this is mutating some local refs. Is local.delay, like is local a local comes from props, which means these are getters. Okay.
Take a break for a minute.
Alright, I'm gonna be muted for a while I look at this. this needs to be an effect. I mean, I'm assuming that these are reactive reads, which means we want to keep both of these up to date with, or keep this in sync with the top. But where is this being used? Is this being mutated somewhere else? I don't see it. Only see this mutation here, which means this could be just local.delay inside an untrack. On close ref, probably the same thing. Yeah, it's only being mutated here, so I don't see. Yeah, set timer, auto hide. This is window.clear timeout and set timeout with a local variable. That's fine. Auto hide function, sure. Yeah, this, okay. This doesn't need to be an effect. Drop down, if show, maybe focus first, else focus toggle. What are these? Maybe focus first is setting a bunch of signals. Set last source event. Okay. Drop down menu. Set to a signal. Use click outside. There we go. Got something interesting. What is use click outside? Use click outside. Disable trigger. There's a create effect in here too. No worries, Kevin. You didn't miss. I mean, it's on YouTube, so you can always rewatch it. But there's not much interesting here. It's I recorded my server component video that I had wanted to for a while, so I'm probably gonna edit it tonight and publish on YouTube maybe tomorrow. And outside of that, I was just building Trello and talking about Solid 2.0. Not much outside of that. So you didn't miss much. But thanks for dropping in. Right now I'm trying to look through the Solid Bootstrap code base and see how many create effects there are and how many need to be there. Like a lot of these probably don't need to exist. Like an effect that writes to a signal, this can be refactored to a regular create signal or create memo in the future. Yeah, look at that. Create effect. Oops. Create effect. Set store. All of this can be. None of this needs a create effect in the new version. Is loading simulate network request. So now this is an async. This moves to create async. Same thing here. What's going on with sockets now? You mean solid socket? Yeah, it's something that I haven't worked on in a while. Actually, like since the hackathon, but I have some local changes that I need to push up. I have next. Yeah, there we go. So I'm trying to rebuild the serialization layer and add more capabilities here. To ask if we remove the create effect, then what will this change to in 2.0? So if you have an effect that writes into a signal, you're just gonna make it create signal. For example, this can be like this. So here you can say if location path name return true. There you go. And now you don't need this effect anymore. So this is what's going to look like. Let me make a screenshot of this so I can show him. This is gonna take forever, never mind. Just gonna let it do with it in the background. What else? Oh, did this just break? With that change, what does the behavior mean? Could you explain? You mean explain this new behavior? Basically, the function that you pass in to create signal is a reactive function. It's like the function you pass in to create memo. Same thing. And it works the same way. Like if you like if I remove set collapsed, this is now the exact same thing as create memo and without the tuple. So these two are the exact same thing. Let me zoom in. These two are the exact same thing. The difference is that here you also have set collapsed, whereas a memo is purely derived. A signal you can still mutate, a memo you cannot mutate. So the difference between a signal and a memo is that one can be mutated. Other than that, they are the same thing. Like you pass in a function, and when this function reruns, it updates the value of collapsed. So now anytime path name changes, signal will update. Correct. If path name changes, it's going to update to true. So instead of the difference between signal and memo being that one is mutated, one is derived, it's that one is only derived and one is both mutated and derived, which means we can do things like these. This is what I need to show him. Can I get this in a... There we go. Let's take a screenshot. And I'm gonna post it in here. Okay, we already talked about Solid Bootstrap. Times you won't be migrating to new effects, but to other new primitives like this. In fact, going through Solid Bootstrap's code base, I'd say a lot of your use. I actually need to first check if it was him. Solid lib, Solid Bootstrap. Okay. Yeah, it's him. Okay. It's good to know. And Burke, of course it's Burke. Burke is everywhere. Okay, but here the location we are getting afterwards using use location. Maybe check that once. Location. Yeah, location comes from use location. Okay, if you're saying that this needs to be up here, yeah, you're right. Sorry, but I think with automatic hoisting in JavaScript, this is completely fine. Like it's accessed inside a function, so it doesn't matter. This is completely fine. Closures work both ways. It's a lot of your usage. Can simplified your usage of create effect is to write into signals and almost all of them can be written without effects in 2.0. Where else are we using effect? Let's look at it. Let's look here. See, same thing. Create effect from solid. That's documentation. Let's zoom out a bit. Too zoomed in. Create loadings. Yeah, so this is just a loading, which can also be create async. Simulate network request. Let's see. This can be function. Sorry, const. Simulated network request equals create async. Simulate network request and is loading becomes is pending simulated network request. Look at that. So much cleaner. Two lines. And the loading state is managed. I actually need to check. Or is it being set loading somewhere else? Now this makes complete sense. I know, right? And async gets simplified even more. So it's a better example of how async is powerful. Yep. I mean, I can come up with a bunch more examples, honestly. Music stopped. Let's run it again. There was one writing to a store, which I should try to find again. Reference element. What is reference element? Okay, it looks like it's an accessor. Set popper state. Yep. See, this is an effect that writes to multiple signals, which means this should definitely be derived just for code quality. Target popper enabled. Set popper instance otherwise. If there is already an instance, remove it. Where is set popper state? See, this is create store. This is the initial function, initial object, but this can be made into a function that does those things. Derives. Goes to keep code base similar possible to React version. I go attempting Solidify from scratch anyway. I don't need to run two versions, 1x2x. That's true, yeah. There's definitely gonna be, like, most libraries are probably going to be maintaining two versions. Like one for 1.x and 2.x. There's a bunch of things that you have to forced into with React that are simpler with Solid. But yeah, it makes sense that there's there are so many effects because it's React, because it's close to the React version and you don't really have something else. like React doesn't give you ways to derive things. React doesn't even think about like derived state. It just wants you to write imperative JavaScript inside and idempotent an environment, which is a mind bender. Update modifier, yeah. Okay, I think we achieved some things there. Cool. Yeah, solid socket is something I also need to work on a bit more. Haven't gotten a chance. Two different strategies of thinking, very much, yeah. Very different. Took me a while to get used to solid. But that said, like, it's kind of a tough jump going from React to solid, but it's not the other way around. Like, I feel like I'm writing better React code now, now that I've worked with solid for so long. It's possible that it doesn't really have anything to do with solid as much as it does with like just normal front end. Like, I just know more about front end now, and that's why I'm writing better code. But yeah, new to solid, not learned using use memo signal, fully waiting for 2.0 so I don't have to learn that twice. I mean, hey, if you don't have to learn it twice, it's similar. It's not that, like, the solid 2.0 is not that different. So if you learn current solid, like, that's gonna be fine, as long you just need to avoid effects. Actually, if you use solid router with solid start, like that's how you build stuff, then you're completely fine, because you already have create async with solid start, and going from like solid start plus solid router current version to new version is going to be much smaller of a change. The thing is, most of the time you're just deriving from server data anyways, which means you don't really need create signal. You just need create async, and we already have that in the router. It's not non-nullable, so you still have to do undefined checks, but outside of that it works the same way as it does with solid, or with solid 2.0. So you can completely, like, I wouldn't be worried about having to learn anything twice. A lot of the stuff just works the same way. And you should be avoiding using effects anyways. Okay, let's see, how's my tweet doing? That's fast. Yep. What about here? Okay. Solid start, Tanstack router, Solidjs built with this. Solid start with Tanstack router doesn't really work yet. It works for single page apps, but does not with SSR. So if you want SSR, you want to just use solid start with solid router. Yeah, Tanstack router you could use with solid start, or you could just use with like I did for the Trello example here. Like, this is not using solid start, this is just Vite. So you could do that as well. We are happy to say, hey, just use Vite. You don't need a framework. Framework is a good thing to have, but you don't need it. You can use solid with just Vite. Imagine that. Imagine not using a framework. If you like the type safe, I mean, obviously most people like the type safe. Tanstack router, solid router, SR does not work yet. Is that the only difference? I mean, it's very early, so there might be more bugs with the Tanstack router solid start integration. Might be more things. Like, that's very bleeding edge. But so, like, if you're just learning, if you're experimenting, sure, that's a great way to go. But if you're building an app that you want to, like, deploy somewhere, I would say either just use Tanstack router normal, like with Vite, or use solid router with solid start today. Also, solid start with solid router has single flight mutations, which Tanstack start doesn't, and Tanstack router doesn't. You might be able to implement it with Tanstack router, but it's gonna take some changing of the API within the router. So that's gonna be a while. Astro, finally using Vite, since Astro gives the same power. Using Vite and have server-side things. That's fair. Yeah, you can use Astro as well. Definitely. You'd still probably want to bring a router, like Tanstack router or solid router, within like for your client components. That's the one thing about Astro. I don't know how well Tanstack router is going to work with Astro, because they both have like file system routes which are going to conflict with each other. So Astro might not be a great choice for Tanstack router, because they both have their own file system routing on top of Vite. You'd need to somehow disable one of them. That's the problem with solid start and Tanstack router, because solid start has its own solid start has its own file system routing, its own server rendering, and those two things kind of conflict with routing. Experimenting and learning, yeah, I would say just use Vite with yeah, just either use Vite with Tanstack router or use solid start completely. I'm sure solid start plus Tanstack router is going to get to a better place eventually. Separate Express server, yeah, that's why Astro helps for sure. If you're able to pull off Astro plus Tanstack router plus solid, please let us know. Please let me know. That would be amazing. Okay. I wanted to work on some visuals, but it's 10. It's been about, it's gonna be 5 hours. And I do have to edit the video as well, which means I should wrap it up at some point. Twitch, it's not really worth rating. Let's see, is there anyone live who would like my one viewer? Okay. Gripping is live. Let's go to him. If you're on YouTube, go rate this channel. Thank you for showing up. Have a nice weekend. Which tutorials to follow for Solidjs? The one on the official website. There's an official one. There's an official tutorial with like an interactive environment and everything. Alright. Bye-bye.